So what's happening, everybody? Looks like we got Doom 591, Jose Ferreira, first layer. I hope you're feeling better, buddy. Build It Basement. He says he was looking for the Rich Boy channel. I hear you, buddy. Yeah, I've had some people kind of pick on me about the channel name and some of the stuff I show. It wasn't given to me. I'll just tell you that much, guys. Let's see. And that's about it so far. But welcome to the stream. Basically what I've been doing is kind of preparing some of the skirt or the skirt pieces and the extensions. These are I think I'm going to really enjoy converting this thing over to the SWITCHWIRE. It gets a ton of heat set inserts. I tried to get some of them done preparing for the stream earlier on. I'm hoping, I got CAD opened up here. I've been kind of viewing the step files in FreeCAD and kind of looking to see where things go because nothing really, there's no manual to follow. I guess once I get the skirts and the frame extension pieces put on, I could probably follow the actual SWITCHWIRE documentation as far as the rest of it goes. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So I'm gonna try to open up CAD as the stream goes along. It doesn't look like it's really working on my computer too hard, and I do have it open right now, so I hope you guys aren't seeing a lag or anything like that. If it does, I may have to shut it down. I don't know. But anyway, welcome to the stream, guys. We're gonna get this thing started. Let's see where I'm at right now. I wasn't sure, but I think that it's probably going to get a couple heat set inserts in these little skirt pieces right here for the, I guess you could say the accent parts that go on there. I've placed heat set inserts. Let's see, let's get on this camera right here. Inside the back side right here, for the top and the bottom. I'm having a hard time locating some panel pieces for it, but I'm not really wanting to fully enclose this printer because I'm basically just going to be using it for 3D printing, maybe PLA or TPU or something like that. I have the Trident over here to do all my enclosed printer stuff, higher temperature materials, so I'm not really too concerned about enclosing this one. But this is a really great mod so far from what I'm seeing for the Ender 3. I think it's going to be awesome. We got some really great parts in here. Most of the stuff I ordered from KB3D. Rich, I'm glad you're feeling much better, man. I hope to see you Sunday live. And if anybody's in here, which I'm not really, we got the usual guys in here. Yeah, mostly everybody in here is probably already subscribed to your channel, but if anybody comes along this video in the future, how about checking out my good friends at Build It Basement and the First Layer and Golden Jaguar with 3D Canada. Give them guys a, check them out and give them a nice little thumbs up and subscribe to their channel. It's a really good group of guys. But yeah, let's continue on here. I did have a problem. I bought a tool to try to remove this pulley from this motor right here, and wound up breaking the tool. So I do have motors for it, and I'm pretty sure, let's see, what are these right here? Yeah, these both are 4234s, but there is a difference in them, and I noticed it on the last stream. I don't know if that's going to affect the, because this is a Core XZ design here. Maybe it'll affect it, maybe it won't. I'm still on the fence about the motors. I may upgrade them. But that's where I'm at, fellas. And I'm just going to continue on. I'm going to get all my heat set inserts in before I start bolting everything together. It really wasn't a a bill of materials for this build, or no, I followed the SWITCHWIRE bill of materials, and then I guess everything else I'm just gonna have to kind of find in CAD and have a look at them and see what goes where. And just to pull this up real quick, let's see, just let you guys have a look at what I'm looking at in CAD here. Let's see, and let's go to scene 2. Let's see if that shows up. So basically I've got the printer pulled up in CAD right here, in FreeCAD, and if I want to see, let's say what size this is right here, I'll just click on it and it shows up right down here in the label. So I need a 3x8 socket head capture screw, and let's say I want to see what's behind it, I'll just highlight it and hit my space bar, and I can see that it gets a heat set insert right there as well. And if I want to bring that part back up, I can see that it's closed out right here. It's not highlighted, so I can go and highlight it and then just hit the space bar and it just pops back up. So that's kind of what I've been doing as far as trying to figure out what, you know, screws and things like that and where they go. I've done took all the panels off this printer. This is pretty much how it's going to look. You can change the colors in CAD if you want to see how it would look in green. You know, I can highlight that color right there. See, we got the stealth burner body. Right click and set the color if I want to change the colors. But I'm not going to get into none of that right now. Basically all I want to do is start getting this thing put together. And I was a little uncertain about if it got a let's see, we'll go back to the next scene here. Yeah, I was a little bit uncertain about if it got heat set inserts in right there. I was pretty sure it did, but just measuring twice cut once, so to speak. So hey, there's David Vera. Welcome to the stream, buddy. We're getting this ENDER 3 to SWITCHWIRE conversion going. And I don't know if you missed it or not, but like I was telling some of the guys, kind of on the fence about the Creality motors. I'm not feeling it too much. I want to save money and use them, but I think I would do a little better with maybe some different motors. I don't know. We'll see how they go. But basically what we're doing is I'm showing the guys, you know, how I've been viewing this thing in CAD and figuring out what I'm going to need for what and where, and I'm just getting all my frame extension pieces and skirts prepped and prepared and ready to be put on this thing, and we'll start putting all that together. And then I think where we go from there is actually putting the linear rails on. So I'm hoping to get all these skirt pieces put on today, the linear rails, and we'll just see how far I get. That's pretty much where we're at. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. It's really beautiful here, right here in North Carolina today. And as you've seen in the opening scene, I was flying the drone in the backyard. That's been a while back. I just kind of added that in there. And today would be a really, really great day to go out and fly. The air's calm and it's just really nice. Really nice. Basically, that's all we're doing today. I'm gonna get this thing put together. Before I got started with all this, there is a couple things that I probably should talk about in this video, just in case if somebody, you know, comes along and views it in the future and wants to kind of try to use it as a guide. Because there's not, like I said, you got, Steve Builds has a really great conversion of the ENDER 3 Pro to SWITCHWIRE. This one's a little bit different. This is a little bit more of an updated version. with the frame extensions and whatnot. There are some user mods that Steve had done during his build process that has been STL files and things like that have been added to it. And to make it better, they did follow some of his suggestions as far as using what most boron builders would have on hand as far as hardware and things of that nature. And I will, as soon as I get done putting these last couple heat set inserts in, I'll show you guys what else I had done to the printer. The original the original extrusion for the X gantry, it needed to be cut down to 310 millimeters. So I cut that thing down and got it, filed all the rough edges off of it and everything, and just kind of took a little paint marker and painted the ends of the extrusions black, just to kind of hide some of the ugliness. And I also had to 3D print a little part to kind of protect some wires. I'll show that to you guys as well. Let's see. It looks like I'm missing a skirt piece back here. Must have failed or something. Oh no, it's laying down here. This thing, as far as these skirts go, when it comes to the conversion, and as big a pieces as they are, it chewed through some ABS film. I mean, it eat it up. If you're planning on doing this conversion, I'd say it'd probably be a good idea and good practice to invest in maybe 2 good rolls of your primary color ABS, and also maybe a roll in one color and extra heat set inserts, because just on the skirt pieces alone, I've almost, but it's kind of gauging by looking in my little bin right here, almost run through 50 heat set inserts already, less maybe about 20 of them. So yeah, it gets a lot of heat set inserts just for the frame extensions. Let's see. Yeah, supposed to get 2 back here on the back. What primary color is that, David? This is ABS black, the same color that I used for my boron. The accent color is lime green. All this is polymaker filament. The Trident is still chugging along very good. Couldn't be happier with that printer. I got these parts printed super quick. It's really nice to be able to have a printer that you can kind of count on to be able to slice a whole build plate full of parts and throw them on there and set it and forget it. Couldn't do that with this printer in the shape it was in originally. It was acting up. And this right here is actually the build that I was originally wanting to do, and then I decided to go with the Trident build. Got a couple to put in the back of this one that I missed. What's up, Jack Black? Welcome to the stream, buddy. I hadn't seen you in a while. Playing around with the ENDER 3 Pro to switchwire conversion. So I got just one more heat set insert behind this one to put in, and I'll show you guys what I did to the frame. Some of you probably already know. There's another YouTuber that's here in the state of North Carolina. I think he mostly streams on Twitch, but he posts his videos to YouTube. His name's Digital Dragon. I've been kind of viewing some of his videos to get an idea of maybe some of the things that he does, that you do to get this thing prepared and ready, because I think he's done about 2 of these Ender 3 to boron switchwire conversions. Alright, now we'll let Robo Duck hold that for me. Let this thing cool down a little bit. He's over here helping as usual. But yeah, this is Polymaker Polylite ABS, and I decided to, I don't know how well it's showing up on that screen right there. It looks blown out, but that was printed on the boron. I had one that was already printed months ago in this color, and I just didn't really like the way it was looking too well, so we printed us a new stealth burner tool head on this thing. Alright, so where to get started? So fell down a photogrammetry rabbit hole. I hear you, photogrammetry. So basically all I did was cut down the extrusion right here a little bit. Had to take a you missed Robo Duck. He's hanging around, buddy. He's still here as usual. He's sitting here holding my heat set inserts and my soldering iron. This extrusion was pretty square, so basically I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover up the holes with the 3D printed parts that go on the back, and probably put the linear rail on the front. That way you won't see none of the holes that were originally drilled in it. The frame, basically, you got this little 3D printed piece right here that goes in there to kind of protect your wires when they come across there with the extrusions. There's some really sharp edges that are cut there. I also put some button head screws in here with some some little roll-in T-nuts. And I had to, you see the holes right there, I had to take this 40/40 extrusion right here and pretty much take it off, slide it forward to this first set of holes right here, and screw it in, and then place those T-nuts in there with some button head screws. Alright, so where to even begin on this? I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and get my frame extensions attached. I believe I've got all the heat set inserts that need to go in them. Put heat set inserts in here. This gets a little bracket piece as well, kind of strengthens it up. Goes across there. 2 heat set inserts in there, and there's your holes that attaches it to your 40/40 extrusion. Do any of you guys in the stream happen to know where a guy could find some panels, and somebody might know exactly the dimensions to cut for this? This is the Triano's, or an update of Triano's version from the Boron Git site for the Ender 3 to switchwire conversion. I'm thinking that's what this is. I basically downloaded all the files and everything. Looks like we line up pretty good right there. You're used to the 2020 extrusions. Man, this thing's beefy. Yeah, it is. It's gonna be. Yeah, I mean, that's using the Ender 3 Pro. That's the frame right there, basically. There's nothing added to it, and nothing really taken away from it. That's the Ender 3 Pro, the way it came. Lets me sliding the frame forward. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty nasty. I'll be using the original build plate. I guess I don't know what you would call that, the part that mounts the build plate to my linear rails. I'll be using the original switch that comes with it. It slides in really nice right there in the back, so I don't have to buy that. Let's see, what else am I going to be using from the printer? the power supply. It's going to be the original power supply. That was the McMaster and Cars, my pal. Actually, KB3D was my pal. I pretty much I'm thinking that most of the screws that I needed were pretty much in the, almost all of them was in the bill of materials for the Trident. And I'll have a lot of extra stuff too as well. Alright, where to even get started? So let me, I'm going to switch back over to my CAD drawings. I'm pretty sure that this is going to be M3x8 socket head capture screws, but just to be sure. And let's see, I got the video capture device over here. Hey, there's Hacks Potato, just going to hang out here in the back while working. Well, good deal. So you're working your normal job, or you're working on your own personal project today, Hacks Potato? But you're more than welcome to hang out with us. Alright, let me pull the CAD up here real quick, and then I'll switch the scene back over and have a look at what I got to do here. I hope the stream's running good with CAD. So here we are, we're back on scene 2. And I'm in CAD, and what am I wanting to see? So I can roll this thing all around and zoom in CAD, and I want to see what size screw I need right here. So I'm going to highlight that. Yep, M3x8. And I might as well go ahead and just get a look and see what I'm going to need to get these attached. So I need M3x8s and M5x16s. Wow, that's an awful long screw. Guess that's a pretty thick piece that's going in there. I mean, guess it needs that. And we got a little, looks like we got a socket head screw right here. That's going to be an M3x12. So M3x8s and M5x16s. Let me get my little kit out here. A fastener kit. M3x8s. Having a hard time finding those. I know I have a ton of them. There we go. I took a bunch of M3x8s off the old printer, so I have a bag slam full of them. And I said I needed M5x16s button head screws. Let's see, I'm gonna switch the scene back to our normal scene here. All right. 5x16 button head screws. 5x16s. So my eyes are terrible, fellas. Absolutely terrible. M5x10s. I will need the M3x12s. Why can't I find the M5x16s? Maybe, excuse me, maybe there's not any in this kit. I would have thought they would have been. They even carried the ceramic screws you needed for your kiln build. You think we need to get the poor boy channel a stream deck? I hear you, man. M5x16. Only got 3 of them right there. I know that I should have some M5x16s. Button head capture screws. Why can I not find those? Guys, this is bothering me. It's a pretty important part. I would have thought they'd have been in this kit. Oh, right there they are. Yeah. About to say, getting a little worried, fellas. All right. So we need the M3x8s. Get our bracket back on track. Sorry, guys. We're going to get our little bracket pieces attached here. So we basically need 4 of these. We're just going to put this together like so. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys right now that a lot of these parts before I caught it were over extruded. So I may have to kind of mess around with some of this stuff a little bit, get it to fit together. I caught it whenever I got to the, let's see, I think I finally had caught it whenever I got right there to doing the, what's it called? The guidler and all that stuff, assembly for the Clockwork 2. I don't think it's going to hurt me too bad whenever it comes to the pieces for the skirts and all that. Yeah, I might have to mess around with some of the holes and things. You need to think you forgot something at least 3 times during every build. Is that? Yeah. Is that mandatory there, David? Try to think of everything. Let's see. Before I get going, that way I know I got everything. It also gets, let's see, gets a couple up in here. So this thing is like, it's a pretty stout extrusion piece. Of course they say, and I'm gonna say that's probably M3x8 as well. And I'm not really tightening everything up. I'm just kind of loosely putting it all together. And this is where these ball-in wrenches come in handy, because you're not going to be able to get a regular straight edge hex key up in there. And I'm already not lining up right. I know I have the heat set insert, so it may need one longer. That was the 16, wasn't it? It's not reaching. I think that was the M3x16. Come on out of here, you. I believe that was the M3x16. That's why I got those out. First layer, there's an app that's free you can use on a tablet or a phone. So you guys are talking about like a Stream Deck or something like that. I thought I'm clumsy with the hotkeys of switching back and forth on screens. I think that's what y'all are probably talking about. Me needing a Stream Deck. So there that is. almost got us one frame extension piece put together here. Snug that up really good. And I'll go ahead and tighten our little brace piece up here a little bit. I don't want to over tighten this, that's for sure, because I think I kind of got to go back and re-3D print my little part where my tap mounts. That's pretty solid. I like that. And it's going to get the frame extension right there with the, let's just set some of this stuff off to the side here that I'm not going to be using at the moment, but we will be pretty soon. I'm going to use the stock Ender 3 screen for right now. I'm not sure if I'm going to like that too much. I may wind up looking to go with the, go ahead and get this frame extension piece put together right here too as well. Let me zoom you guys in here. The poor boy is not a professional streamer. He does grading work for a living. Maybe that's yeah, you always just end up rebuilding it 3 times. What's that, your 3D printer? Jet black? Let's see, this piece right here. Yeah, this one's been built. It's been modded. It was heavily modded whenever I took it apart on stream last weekend, and the guys were saying in the comments that it was a really nice build. I mean, or printer, and it was. But like I was telling them, it had its quirks and issues that were really annoying. And one of the things that really bothered me the most was how, if you go back and look at the old video, was when the bed would go back to home. Sometimes it would hang up on all those crazy wires. The wire management was just, it was horrendous on that thing, on that particular mod that I had on this printer. And I think that was the one that just kind of dumbed me in with it and made me started looking for other things to do to it. And the tool head, it just looked like crap. I think most people can't deny that the Stealth Burner tool head is probably one of the better looking of the Ender. I mean, not Ender, but of the tool heads. My opinion. That's just me. Explains why it was called an Ender 3. It was an Ender 3. And we need, those were the M3x8 socket head screws. Now we need the M5 or M3x12s. And they're going to go right down in here. These little holes right there. I'll show you guys some of the stuff that I got that's going to go into this printer here in just a minute. Once I get all this frame and everything assembled, I got some really great parts going in here. And Richard, if you're still in here, you were 100% correct in what you had told me the other day, that the pies are going to probably start dropping in price. But we've already got something a little different in here, a little new. There, I seen the Raspberry Pi 4B for $99, and that's as cheap as I've seen it in several months. So you were correct, and that's pretty solid. That looks great, guys. Trident's printing me some beautiful parts. Love that printer. so glad I stepped off and decided to build that thing. So, now I guess I want to lay this thing for right now on its side, because it also gets these little frame extension pieces that go underneath as well, and they get two heat set inserts here, one back here in the back for the skirt piece, and up front here there's a little hole right there where it'll attach to that, like so. So we'll lay it on its side. I'll set some of this stuff out of the way at the moment. You still here, Richard? I'm glad, buddy. I'm glad. Always good to have good company around. Alright, so let's lay this baby on her side. And I can already tell I got you zoomed in way too much now. So let's step you back up here. Show you what I'm doing. And that's the wrong one. Might be looking at the sky for a second. Alright, so we're right here. I think I'm going to need, for these little frame extensions that are going on the side right here, I think they go like up in here like so. And it looks like I'm probably going to need a printer feet as well. That's good. I didn't buy the 3D printed feet or printed feet. I bought these, or I 3D printed the TPU. A long time ago. Because I don't like to waste things, you just put her in the studio. Yeah, I 3D printed me some TPU printer feet for it. So we'll have these. We'll probably need those for it to sit on. And I'm gonna have to look at the CAD again to see after I get this attached, of course. Let's get our M5x16 button head screws. Same here, cleaning up. I hear you. Awesome. So it might not be over extruded as bad as what I thought it was, because it seems like the screws are sliding in pretty good. I think it was just a little heavy, just a little too heavy on the flow, maybe in the slicer. Whenever I did the extruder parts and stuff for the Clockwork 2 assembly, I definitely had to tweak and play around with the flow mainly and whatnot whenever I caught that mess. Alright, let's see. Oh, we can't use the laser fusion stand. I got too much crap on my desk. Try to make room here. Try to make me a little bit of room so I can spin her around. See, I like that. How's the Trident been? Printed strong? Yeah, David, it printed these parts really strong. And like I was telling some of the guys, or saying earlier on, that I may wind up having to re-3D print some of my tap pieces. or one of the tap parts. Let's see, this is something I definitely don't want to cross thread, because I don't have to chase threads in aluminum. Might not be fun. Yeah, the Trident is a very strong, awesome 3D printer. If anybody in the future comes across this video later on, and they're on the fence about 3D printing or not 3D printing, but building a Voron Trident, I highly recommend it and suggest it. It's an awesome 3D printer. This is going to be one long boy right here, fellas. I mean, whenever I stick that, I'll show you the stock Ender screen too, the 3D printed part that goes on this thing. That it's gonna be one long 3D printer. I don't think I got enough desk right here for this thing. I might have to find somewhere else to put it. But these are the frame extensions. You could buy, I think some people said that you can buy frame extensions for it. I decided to go to the printed version, the printed mount. I thought it looked pretty cool. That little design on the side and everything. I thought it looked great. Yeah, the Trident is a very happy printer. It's doing very, very well. Thanks to the help from an awesome community, we got that thing up and running and printing amazing. That's something that I can't see right there, fellas. Back side here, probably be easier. There we go. That was just too smart. Alright, feels like I'm forcing things. Don't want to do that. Back off on these a little bit here before I cross thread something. That way I can kind of move it around a little bit freely. Don't want to force anything. I want it to be able to go in smooth as silk. There it goes. Hatch Potato says, you will be joining in the ENDER game soon. Have to put the Trident on hold for a while, so working with what I got for now. Glad you're doing this build for sure. Well, hell, I'm glad you appreciate it. This was the original thing right here that got me looking at Voron was, and I've said it in many streams before this one right here in particular. I wanted to. I noticed whenever I first got into 3D printing that the Creality Ender 3, that those V-slot roller wheels just were not going to last long. And then I started seeing people doing linear rail mods to the Ender 3s, and seeing that was bringing up the quality of the print and everything too as well. So I started looking at doing linear rail mods, and also, like, when it comes to 3D printing TPU, a lot of people say direct drive is the way to go, and me being in the drone hobby, definitely looking to 3D print TPU. You can 3D print TPU through a Bowden tube. I've done it, but it is a whole lot easier and less of a mess when it does make one if you've got direct drive. So I was looking for a linear rail direct drive mod for this printer. and I came across the mod that was done to it initially, but it just really wasn't really making me happy because of all the issues that went along with it. So then all of a sudden I come across the Voron. First Voron printer I seen was the 2.4, which is the one that built at Basement's building, and at the first layer he just built. Those are really nice looking printers. They're very interesting. And if I wanted to build one of them, I think I'd probably want to go with I'd want to build the big boy, 350 millimeters. But I don't have a need for one. That being said, come across Steve Build's SWITCHWIRE. ENDER 3 to SWITCHWIRE, or ENDER wire. So immediately got started 3D printing some of the skirt pieces, and really like the Stealth Burner tool head. So I 3D printed the Stealth Burner body, and I was just going to try to stick it on this printer the way it was with the Maker Development Group mod. I was wasn't very well with CAD at the time. Tried to make a little design to get it mounted on there, and then realized right away it was going to look really, really stupid on there. So like, scratch that. I'll just do the ENDER 3 to SWITCHWIRE, and just waiting for time, parts, material, money to come in to be available to be able to buy all the modifications and parts that I need to mod it. And of course, life happens. A guy designs a drone and he really likes that, and he decides he wants to try to print it in higher temp materials, and then along comes the Trident build. Just the way things happen, I guess. Alright, so I guess these right here get M3 by 8, and these are my frame extension pieces here. We're gonna go right underneath like so. Let's see. Let me catch up on the chat. Do I know what bed probe you're going with yet? Inductive or clicky? So David, I decided to go with the Omron inductive probe because I like the PEI build plate so much that on the Trident and the way the parts were coming out, and after I got used to using it, it's really nice. I don't have to deal with glue or anything like that. I don't have any problems with build plate adhesion. So yeah, I decided to just go with the inductive probe, and also to just save on time and materials and learning about clicky and everything like that, and setting up, setting it up for the SWITCHWIRE. I decided to just go with the Omron I think it's inductive probe. Dr. Quads, man, you up late? I know it's early there in China. Hey bro, I'm laying in the bed kind of passing out, but finally made the stream. Hey, I appreciate you coming out here and visiting with me, Dr. Quads. Glad you made it. Glad to have you here, but I know it's really late over there. You wish you built your 350 2.4 as a 300. Really? You think the 300 the 350 is overkill, David Vera? PEI is the way to go. Yeah, that's what I got, a really nice PEI build plate off of Amazon that I'm going to be putting on here. Alright, so there that is. Let's see. Yeah, let me look at the CAD real quick and make sure. I'm pretty sure those are M3 by 8 socket head capture screws. Yep, M3 by 8. Your arm-on probe worked flawless for 500 hours on your enclosed trident. Good choice for this build. Simple too. Yeah, that was the biggest reason why I went with it, David Veer, because I thought it would be just a little bit more simple, you know. And you know that I'm very much new to this world, so you know, try to keep it simple, somewhat. Dr. Quads caught my stream. That's awesome, buddy. I'm glad to have you in here with me. If you guys don't know who Dr. Quads is, he's a FPV YouTuber. He's a good friend. Chatted with him on his streams here and there. He has some really, really beautiful flight footage content and things. He's a great videographer, in my opinion. Seen a beautiful wedding video he did for a couple that he shared with us on live stream the other night. Blew me away. He's based, I think, in mainland China. We have people from all over the world that views our channel. Nothing wrong with a proper installed inductive probe. You bought the cheapest PEI flex sheet from Amazon that you could find and love it. Yeah, I don't know if it was the cheapest. I mean, it was cheaper than some of the other PEI sheets that I bought. Let's see. This is the... Let's see. Hick top. And, you know, me being from the South, everybody likes to call us Hicks down here, so I guess it matches it. Yeah, it seems like a really nice PEI sheet, guys. I mean, it looks exactly the same as the one that's on the Trident. Dang, it's probably blowing the camera out, but yeah. You mean my crazy streams where I'm ranting or blowing up on another YouTuber? Yeah, those. You do some really good videos, though. Some really good flight videos. Really good instructive videos when it comes to the FPV world. Alright, so I guess I need to go back and look in CAD again, because I'm always referencing CAD. Let's see. So I can already see something that's probably going to create a little bit of an issue here. Let me spin around that nobody's talked about whenever it comes to mounting these frame extension pieces. So these screws right here on the bottom, they're a little proud of these bottom extrusions. And with these frame extension pieces, you've got, I mean, they've left off a little section right there. So that may be what that's for. Yeah, that might not be as big a problem as what I was thinking. Scratch that. Never mind. It never happened. Alright, where am I at? Oh yeah, what do I need here? Pretty sure I'm going to need hammerhead T-nuts, M5 hammerhead T-nuts, and I just want to see and make sure what size screw I need. Constantly referencing the CAD here, fellas. So one of the things that I couldn't find in the CAD drawing, and I'll show you guys this. I guess it's one of them things where I'm kind of going to be all on my own in the combat zone on this one. Let me switch the scene over here. It also did something funny in CAD. Whenever I hit that. Let's see if it switched the scene. Lord of mercy. So basically, there's no screws showing there. See, I click on it, it just says rubber foot. Yeah, switch must. Yeah, it's kind of weird. So I'm gonna hide this for a second. Hide that. It don't even show the T-nut going in there. So I guess this is just make it up as I go. Huh. Okay. Fine. Yeah. It's not really showing the fasteners that I need. Oh well. Let's go back to the main scene here. The only true 3D printed drone you know. Let's see. Fabrico makes the Honey Badger black PEI sheets that you really like, mostly for the looks with the black. Also a bit thicker than most you found. The black PEI is Gucci. By the way, poor boy, did you ever print your drone out of Polymax? I'm interested in seeing how different versions of it flies with different materials, given that your drone is the only truly 3D printed drone you know. Dr. Quads, I do have Polymax PLA in here, and just because you asked that question and you're really curious about it, and I know someone is curious about it, because I'm done 3D printing all my parts for this build right here, we'll switch the 3D printer over, the Trident over to the Polymax, and I'll go ahead and 3D print me a frame out of Polymax, and I'll let you see the results for yourself. I was looking at the video in the beginning where I'd done the, let's see, I'd done a little bit of an intro to the stream in the very beginning. Let's see, I think I need some M5 hammerhead or roll-in T-nut. But in the very beginning of the stream, I got some flight footage of it, and I don't know what you were seeing, like whenever I do the little, I think it's the roll or the back flip, the quad kind of bouncing back really rough. It could use a little bit of tuning. Let's see. That's probably going to need some M5 socket head screws. So I need to find some of them. Got a ton of screws in here. If I ain't got enough in here to build this 3D printer with, something's wrong. Honey Badger stuff is super premium. KB3D has a dual-sided texture PEI and black as well. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I was looking at that one. Build It Basement. I don't know if I got any M5 socket head screws in here in this kit. It might be long enough. My eyes suck. Let me get my eyeballs out here. That always makes things a whole lot better. Put some light on it. M3, M5, M3. Some M5 by 40s. That's way too long. Might need them later on down the road. Yeah. Huh. Feel like walking me through the gyro data analysis and black box tuning would make for a fantastic video, because it's something every builder needs to know in order to get a good flight. Yeah, and that little quad right there, it definitely needs a good little tune in it. But I mean, it ain't nothing but a little 2.5 inch quad too, so I mean, I don't expect it to. Let's see. think those are M4s. They fit pretty good. And they might be just the right length. They look like M4s. Let me get my calipers out. Because there's nothing in the documentation and even in the CAD showing what I need right here. Yeah, those are M4s. I do have some M4 hammerhead T-nuts. Oh, I also got to go through the extrusion as well. I mean, not the extrusion, but the 3D printed part. Your hair overheated in 3 seconds. It's beautiful here in North Carolina. It is absolutely beautiful. We're gonna have to do some grilling out today. Pretty sure we're gonna have to do some outdoor grilling today. I got some things over here. Throw it out to the side in this. We might have done run into our first issue locating exactly what I need for this. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna try the M5x40s. I got a feeling that they're gonna be too big, and I hope it doesn't short myself later on as far as stuff that I need for in the build. So out today. Used to live in Blairsville, Georgia. My little niece, she's fixing to move to Georgia. It might be too long, fellas. Got a feeling that's gonna bottom out. If you look, see how much it stick out I got right there. It probably needs like a M. Yep. Bottoming out with that one. North Kakalaki. Yeah, man. That's what it's been called in the past. Or North Kakalaki. Well, Crakalaki. This M4 is going to be too long, so I might have my first issue in this build, fellas. Because it didn't really show anything in the CAD. North Kakalaki. Yeah. It didn't show anything in the dabbling CAD about this. These things are just, it's not happening. It's not cool. That is not cool. So you see these problems come along as I find them. I'll tell you what I will do. I'll wind up using a M3 screw with some washers. Just reminds you of the good old boys and their cans of Dillon, Mulvaney, Bud Light cans. Something doesn't match up. Yeah, I might could use a washer. Let's see. I got to find me M3 washers. I have a bunch of them placed everywhere. Going through the screws. So I'm kind of gonna have to cheat a little bit on this, I guess. Got some M3 washers here, and I'm gonna need about 4 of them. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm putting an M3 washer on this M3 screw, and these are M3 by 30s. Might be too short. And I'll probably put an M3 roll-in T-nut in here. Like I said, I'm not seeing anything on the CAD design that says what size is supposed to go in here. That's not going to be long enough. So it definitely needs to be a 35 at least. That's aggravating. Guess who doesn't have M335s, guys? You mean out of all these screws, nuts and bolts, we don't have what we need. That's very aggravating. So now, with that being said, just to keep moving forward, I'll put the M5 roll-in T-nuts in here. And these things snap in real easy. They almost want to fall out. They go in so easy. It's so much different than the LDO kit or the Trident frame. These M5 roll-in T-nuts, they go in pretty smooth. Real easy. You ain't have to fight these. So I'm going to basically try to line that up best I can. Bottoming up, and I'll just go ahead and get these little frame extensions attached and put into place. And if I have to go back later on and actually get the screws that I need. Let's see. This gets a M3 by 8. Where we're at, way over here. Dr. Quads, what time is it over there in China? I don't like not having my printer feed on here. It's a little bit of a bother. And it is decided that I need some M5 by 35s. And that's pretty much, that's exactly what it's going to need. 5 by 35. 1 a.m. You're restless today. Still a test of patience and will to wait. Amazon shipping has saved me many times during a build, either 2-day or next day shipping just for miscellaneous screws and stuff. You know, here's the thing, David Beer. I should probably have some M5 by 35. I took so many screws and stuff off. It took me a whole day just about to inventory all the parts and things that I had left over off that conversion. And I'm almost thinking Sorry guys, got deep in thought for a second. So I'm almost thinking that I had some, because I went through and measured everything. Those are 40, that's a 40. I could have swore I had some. Yeah, I was restless the other night, Dr. Quads. Didn't sleep at all Thursday night, and then wound up going to work. These right here are freaking super long. Hate to think I wouldn't take something and cut them down. Yeah, it's unbelievable, out of all these screws and things that I have, that I actually don't have what I need. Unfreaking believable. It's going to take at least a 35 millimeter. I mean, I probably could. No, I don't think that's going to work too well either. It's got some crazy tall. When I 3D printed the TPU, let's see, it's got these crazy tall things right here that go along with it, but they were designed to kind of go up in the frame right there a little bit. I don't want to put that on there. I mean, I could take an X-Acto knife and cut that off. Then that would make it where I could use, that would have a printer standing up. Look how tall that thing would be standing off the table. It looked kind of crazy. I was kind of wanting to keep it just a little low, just have some little small printer feet under it. Ah, dang, I don't like that. Solving problems. Apparently. That's what I'm going to have to do, is just solve this problem. And I think, like I said, for right now, I'm just going to probably wind up working around it and getting the proper screws that I need. What's my best printer for TPU? Well, it used to be this one. Yeah, I don't have any 35s. Unbelievable. And I had a guy that was reaching out to me in a post that I did, or I did a short on YouTube of this build right here in particular. And he was trying to get he had actually sat down all day. He was chatting back and forth with me while I was at work, and I was trying to figure out how to get to his GitHub, because he had sat down and spent all day doing a bill of materials for this thing, and I wanted to be able to get access to it and share it with you guys. His name's Colton Meredith. He was reaching out to me and commenting on one of my videos, but he spent all day creating a bill of materials for this build right here in particular. And I just, for whatever reason, I could not find his Git, which is very frustrating, probably for him as well. And I really would have liked to be able to share that with you guys. Alright, so just to keep things moving forward, I'm just gonna put the T-nuts in there for now, M5 T-nuts. And I'll just take a note that I'm going to wind up needing some M5 T-nuts in the future, and I can actually see the holes through there where I've got them placed. So I've got them lined up good enough to where I could get a pick in there. And I think these right here just kind of go on the back. I'm going to need 2 M5 by 16 button heads. Just to keep moving forward with it. I'm getting this frame assembled. But yeah, Colton tried to share his bill of materials with me, and I was wanting to be able to share it with you guys here on the stream and I could not find this get. Which it doesn't help that sometimes I'm a little bit technology illiterate whenever it comes to locating things like that. Yeah, so I'll have to get on Amazon, I guess, and order some. I'm pretty sure it's going to be M5 by 35s. Such an odd socket head capture screws. And that's for these funny printer feet that I have. Let's see. So I can tell by this skirt it's got a little, it's bumped up here just a little bit. So it's already, it's in position for a panel. Don't know where to find the panels. It might be a custom panel that I have to make, or I'm gonna have to 3D print them. I really don't want to 3D print them. I just think a laser cut ABS panel, kind of like what I put on the Trident, would look really good. But if I have to, that's what I'll do. Your wife was born and raised in China. Your wife said my voice reminds her of movies. I don't know what movies she's talking about. She's never heard of Country Boy before, other than in movies. I ain't that much country, honey. Born and raised right here in North Carolina, though. I guess it would sound a little country. And we got an M3 by 8 right here. Is what I'm thinking. So I hope this is lining up good with my heat set insert. All I can do is guess. It looks like it is. It's tightening up. Don't pull on it too much there. Yeah, that's good. So there's that frame extension and piece. Back piece on. I'm just basically going around the build here. Let's see. Let's set it on. I'll flip it around and set it on this side. Now, I ain't got too thick of an accent, but definitely don't sound like a Cali boy. Nah, definitely ain't no Cali boy. Alright. Still have to put together this frame extension here. We've already got the heat set inserts in there and on both ends. Done that off stream. Put the heat sets in it. And we get M3 by 8 socket head screws. I think this is going to make for a really beautiful 3D printer. It's going to look a whole lot better than what it did. Awesome upgrade, fellas. I ain't even got into it good yet. Like I said, I'll get this frame put together here and I'll kind of share some of the stuff that I've grabbed. As far as parts go, David asked about the probe. We're going to be putting the Omron inductive probe on it. I like that 2-part tool head PCB so much with the stealth burner that I put on the Trident, and I decided to go with that. As well on this one, I've got the Dragonfly VMS hot end for it. It's all metal hot end. I think that'll do just fine for what I'm doing as far as the materials that I'll be printing in. That screw right there is like super proud of the extrusion there. And it's definitely going to create an issue. I don't think it'll tighten up anymore. I really don't think it's going to tighten up anymore. You make sure it ain't loose. You ever watch the TV show True Detective? Just watch that and wow, best show you've ever seen. So I really don't get into watching too many TV programs there, Dr. Quads. I don't watch a whole lot of TV anymore. I watch a lot of YouTube. Trying to learn new things. Let's see, I'm just going to take a little file. I think it's just going to be easy for me to file down the 3D printed material right here. That way this thing will set in there nice and flat, because that screw, I know I can see it on camera from here. Yeah, see that? I don't want to be putting forces on that. I mean, I'm sure it ain't going to hurt nothing, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And just trying to get an idea of where it's going to sit in space. I've got a nice little diamond file here that came with an old quad frame I ordered a long time ago, and we just kind of file that little spot down a little bit, move that material where that screw is going to rest in there. That way maybe it ain't pushing on it so hard. Give it a little bit of a indentation. It ain't much, it's just setting proud enough just to kind of make the part set a little wonky. Yeah, that's a problem. I swear. Stupid screws. The algorithm is too strong. Ooh, what do you mean by that, Dr. Quaz? The algorithm is too strong. You talking about the YouTube algorithm? When it comes to YouTube, I'm pretty sure that you guys that are viewing, y'all are the algorithm. That relieved it some. It's not as bad. I'm going to let that go. I'm not gonna linger around on that too long. Yeah, these T-nuts, they just go in so easy in these V-slot frames. Just push them in with your fingers. That is so nice. Not have to do all that fighting. And I'm going to try to go ahead and get this lined up as best I can. Maybe later on when I get the proper, that one's awful loose. I'll be hunting that one down. I have to probably wind up taking it apart. Oh, the joy. Alright. Let's see. We need this one. Rear skirt piece. This is for the fan. We do have us a 60, I think it's called a 60 by 60 fan that goes in the back. Get these started. So there's a lot to this. Just getting the frame extension and the skirts on it. Which what's funny is it's kind of starting out with the skirts. It's a little different than what the Trident was. Skirts was the very last thing they'll put on it. And we'll get a frame extension. Got these fat sausage fingers. You don't want to handle nothing too well. And all I can do is hope and pray that it's, yep, it is lining up pretty good. This is going to be the fun part. Oh, I heard that. T-nut slid exactly where it probably wasn't supposed to. There's no way my fingers can get in there. Let's see. Come on out of you. Cool stream today, Jeff, but you have to run for now. The first layer, see you later. Yeah, we'll see you later, first layer. I'm glad you stopped in to check me out. I appreciate you coming in. You'll leave a stream on and listen as you're crashing. You hope this build goes smooth and you're impressed with my skills. Definitely need to learn this from me. Hey man, I don't know if you call it skills or just, I learned this from a lot of the guys that you see in my chat. Right here, Dr. Quads. And just from the creators of the YouTube community in general. There's a lot of great people that we can learn from. And that's pretty much where I've gained all this. But I appreciate you stopping in with me and get you some rest, man. And we'll talk to you later, Rich. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I'm gonna get these skirts put on and probably get started with the linear rails, and let's just see how far I get. It's a lot of work goes into building these things. Always is. I think that's why I enjoy them so much. Alright, so now we got our frame extensions on, rear skirt pieces. I guess I could go ahead and put this middle skirt piece in. Goes back here. I may wind up needing to wait on that because I think the Y motor may create an issue later on with the Y motor. I don't know. Maybe. And somebody forgot to put the heat set inserts on the front there. David, I also still do not know how at people the right way. Hey, don't feel bad, Dr. Quads. I was the same way before. Let's see. That's gonna be fun trying to put them heat set inserts in with it like this. Let's see. What if I did it like that? Might be living dangerous right here now, fellas. Awful lot of weight hanging off the end. Oh yeah. We're gonna do it. Yeah, I gotta put 2 heat set inserts in up here. I missed them. Power on the TS100. Heat set insert tool. Dr. Quaza and Rich, first layer. I appreciate you guys stopping in today. Y'all have a good one. Myself. Didn't used to have trouble with my vision up close like as I do now. And I think it's from staring at that little cell phone all the time watching videos. Used to have really good vision when I was looking at things up close. Read fine print, no problem. Let's see. Front skirt pieces. I'm pretty sure these are M3x8s. Today, that's what they're going to be. That's really disappointing that I don't have proper screws to be able to get my printer feet on. It's bugging me because it's almost like I know I do. Or at least felt pretty certain I did. So right here's where some of the over extrusions showing its ugly head. Having to thread these into plastic before I even thread them into the heat set inserts, which is going to create a bit of a problem for me, I'm sure. Definitely helped me find the heat set inserts pretty easy. Let's see, we got a skirt piece over here. And basically all I'm doing is just trying to get these started. Threading them in. And I have a ton of M3x8s in here, so I'm definitely not worried running short of any of those. Between the kit that I ordered and the ones that I pulled off this printer when I was tearing it apart, I have more than enough M3x8s to get all this stuff done. That's for sure. So now I'm going to have to 3D print me another one of my little drones in that Polymax PLA. Dr. Quaz's. He got me. Didn't know anybody was really curious about that. That's one of the better performing videos that I've put out, is the actual 3D printed drone video. Gotten a lot of comments on it. It's had a lot of views. I've actually had a couple people purchase the drone frame from me. No, you didn't. I did. And that one don't go on the back anyway. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and put these on. Go ahead and put the skirt pieces on here for now. Adjust them later. I can leave them kind of loose. I think they got like little, kind of got little pieces where you can leave them loose if you need to adjust later on. So we'll just kind of lightly tighten them, snuggish. Right now I'm putting that back skirt piece on that I wasn't going to be too sure about if it's going to get in the way of the Y motor. I'm going to get that put on. I got heat set inserts I got to put in here. Need to get into drone building next. It's alright, dude. I mean, so I will say this, like, drone building is fun, and I think I enjoy building them more than I do flying them. I mean, don't get me wrong, flying them is a joy. But now today, the hobby, or the drones themselves in particular here in the States, is so heavily regulated by the federal government that, you know, like me, because I have this YouTube channel and I actually post flight videos and things like that, that it could be considered as a commercial flight, and I don't want to be bothered, so that's why I went and got certified. Let's see. That's why I went and became a certified pilot. This ain't gonna be good, fellas. Yeah, somebody missed the heat set inserts on the back side of this thing. Probably have to do it right here in my lap, like so. It's very frustrating. The part that's really bothering me today is I have about a $1,500 DJI drone in here that I just recently bought, you know, and now Congress is coming out and saying, well, they're probably there's a bill in where they're talking about banning them, all DJI products or DJI drones in the United States. So it's been hit and miss with the regs. You know, used to you could build one and just take it out in your backyard and fly it and really not worry about being bothered by anybody. Now they're trying to make it a crime to even fly the dead blame things in your backyard. Again, I don't have to worry about it because I'm a certified drone pilot with the FAA. But like somebody like you who don't know nothing about the regulations or anything like that, unless say you decide you want to get into it, you build you one and you just take it out in your backyard and fly, and the right person comes along, It says, hey, you can't do that. They call law enforcement on you, and you might find yourself in some trouble. Almost ain't even worth it today. And they want all those commercial pilots to put what's called standard remote ID on all our quads. Now, you could get into it and build you one and just register it as a recreational drone, do recreational flight, but you're pretty much stuck in what the FAA deems as a FRIA. And the FRIA is basically, in a nutshell, a community-based organization, kind of like the AMA. They have a FRIA pass, or whatever you want to call it, through the FAA, where you can go fly at AMA airfields and not have to worry about being harassed. So, I mean, they are a lot of fun to fly. I just recently asked the question, and there's a group of people. It's got or an app. It's called Drone Nation. I just asked a group of guys because I'm not very familiar when it comes to the micro quads and things like that, the micro drones. What would be a good baseline for things for like a micro style whoop? Because I'd like to design a little micro size whoop in CAD and then do like a little build video on it and just use it for flying around in the house for fun. I'm not gonna stand back and let too many people say too much about what I can and can't do inside the airspace inside my house, that's for sure. And I don't think most people wouldn't. And I don't think they're really too concerned about what's going on inside your home if you're just flying a drone inside of it, I suppose. I hope not. Hey, there's Nuno. Welcome to the stream, buddy. You would think I would have to. You think you would have by now. Just woke up from an afternoon nap with your dog. Hey man, I guess it's probably the best naps, ain't it? Dog just sitting there chilling with you. Pass out for a little bit. So because there's no manual, I'm missing heat certs all over the place. Or heat set inserts, whatever you want to call them. And so busy chatting right here on the screen that I'm not really paying a whole lot of attention to the CAD. It'll be alright though. Just putting things together. Making the mistakes on stream so you guys don't have to later on. How about that? If you decide to do this. Alright. So there's all my skirt pieces on. Less the foot. Look how long this thing's gonna be. We're not even done yet. It's a stretch limo. I mean, it's like super stretched. Yeah. That's all the skirt and extension pieces put on it right there. And then not only that, so you got the skirt and extension pieces. And right here, this is the original reality screen. And it's going to go right up in there like that. It's going to look really good and really clean. That's pretty much it. So it looks like I get some heat set inserts in the back of this. Probably need to put one down in here. I think it goes down there for that because these pieces right here. Yep. Gets a heat set insert right there. This little piece right here gets a heat set insert in the front. Two of them. They mount together something like so. And I guess this will get, after all this is put together here, this gets mounted to that like so. And that's going to be our idler, or tensioner for our idler, right there. More than likely, that's what it's looking like. Yep. Very nice. I'm digging it. How you doing, Gary T? Welcome to the stream, buddy. Basically what we've done so far is realize that I'm missing some screws. They're M5 by 35s, which means I can't put my my printer feet on, and I don't even have anything that I could even substitute for it. But that being said, we do have all the skirt pieces on. We could go ahead and add the little accent pieces, I suppose. That way you guys can get an idea. Yeah, we'll go ahead and put the accent pieces on. Get an idea of what it's going to look like. And just to double check, I am going to go into CAD here. You decided to copy me a little with my accent color. You're printing in V0.2 parts with light gray functional parts and lime green accent. So I'm really liking that. I guess it's kind of like a graphite gray like color. I bet that will look really good, Nuno. This is a good choice. Really good choice. So I'm going over here and I'm just kind of taking a look in CAD real quick. And I wonder I'm curious, whenever I deleted the bottom panels here in CAD. Let's see, I'll switch you over to the scene right here. So let's see what size that is. So those are M3 by 8s for these panel pieces. But basically what I did whenever I opened this up in FreeCAD, I started deleting all the panels off of it. And I wonder if whenever I started deleting the panels, if somehow I accidentally deleted the screws that go in here. Like I said, it's not showing, and it don't even show. Let's see, I can remove this foot. I mean, it doesn't even show what's down in here. No hammerhead, T-nuts, nothing for this extrusion. It just shows the accent part, which is kind of weird. So now I gotta find what I deleted here. Let's see, that one. We'll put the foot back. Where's the extension? Basically, you guys get the idea. I started to see everything I've done up here in the part tree. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. So I don't know. So I really didn't have no idea. I knew I needed an M5 screw there. The button heads were too big and they're not even long enough. M5 by 30s, I think, is what I have. Go back to this scene. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that. Sounds like a nice combo. M3x8 is like Voron's 10mm socket. So, and that's what I think they did, was they went back in with the version 2 for this particular, I guess you could say, upgrade here. And that was one of the suggestions that Steve Builds had made on stream one day, I think, was that, you know, maybe they should go back and look and try to follow the Voron bomb as much as possible. Because most people have extra stuff like this on hand. Let's build I guess you could say, let's build a Voron printer. And probably what I ought to do is, like, later on, sit down and just kind of figure out, you know, what it would cost somebody if they was wanting to do this. Build a Basement was picking on me a little bit in the beginning. He's saying the Rich Boy channel. I guess having these mods and these printers right here, don't really fit the name too well, I guess. Oh, that's gonna look good, fellas. Wait till you see this. You can kind of get a sneak peek of it right there in the bottom right of the screen. Yeah, that's gonna look really good. I like it. I'm digging it. Let me get the other side on here and I'll show it to you. Yeah, man. So what's the weather like down there in Florida, Mr. Vera? Is this as beautiful as it is here today? Me and the wife is, after stream here, I'm probably going to get out there and fire up the grill. It's so pretty out today. It is a great day for grilling right here in North Carolina. Very, very beautiful out. And something I noticed about this Polymaker Lime PLA, it's like completely different whenever it comes to printing. The Middle Class Man channel. Is that what we need to change my name to? It was very nice today here in Portugal. Was it? It's beautiful here today as well, man. It's very beautiful. Yeah, look at that, guys. I hear those T-nuts sliding around in those extrusions underneath. I wish that focused in a little better. It wasn't blowing out so much on camera. I guess my lighting kind of sucks. Like I said, I'm not a professional streamer, so you'll have to forgive me, please. But yeah, there's that. Need a heat setting started here. Need 2 down here. And I think this right here gets something different. We'll wind up having to do a bearing stack on that. That's for the belt tensioner. Yeah, we're fixing to get into possibly mounting some linear rails on here. I'm going to go ahead and get this piece right here put on, because that's an end stop in a sense for one of the rails. And then I'm going to be using the, hey, I want to show you guys this. So they pretty much got it fixed in the, and I'm going to show you in the CAD as well. You're using the original Creality end stop. So this is going to be my Y end stop, and it's going to mount pretty much back here somewhere like this. Now, in the CAD, or not in the CAD, but right here on this 3D printed part, it left a cutout right here for the part, I guess you could say, for the solder joints for your connector right there, and even the solder joints up here for this. I had to put it on backwards. So I'm going to switch you over to the CAD and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Pull up the CAD, scene 2, and hopefully that switched over. And let me get it spun around here. And we're going to zoom in because that end stop switch, yeah, so it's right there. So it goes right here behind this linear rail. So let me make this thing disappear real quick. So you see that's flat. But you'd want that cutout, that little relief there, for your limit switch, I would think. Whenever I tried bolting or screwing it down, I started noticing that. Man, you're lazy. You love the sensorless? Yeah, the sensorless. And I'd like to try that. That is tempting right there, Hacks Potato. It really is, the sensorless homing. I'm really curious about it too. Haven't tried sensorless. Yes, we'll learn it with the. You going to try it out? No. Yeah, I bet that's sensorless homing. So you don't need nothing for it. You pretty much you're programming. And this is me talking out loud and assuming, and I'm hoping you guys will fill in the blanks for me, because I'm kind of like talking out loud and questioning at the same time, I guess you could say. With the sensorless homing, you pretty much program the motors, if I'm correct, the limit switch, as the limit switch. They know how far to spin this way to not run it plumb off the rail. Am I correct? In both directions. Might be wrong. You was skeptical, but you're sold. I've heard of people having issues with them. I guess if you're going to do something like that, you probably would definitely want to read all the documentation. But yeah, that little relief is like backwards on this thing. I think it's going to work, but the V0.2 comes stock with sensorless. Okay, cool, good deal. I'm going to set that off to the side. We're probably going to need that here in a little bit. Let's go ahead and put these last two little accent pieces on the back here, because I don't believe that wasn't hitting the other day like that when I checked it. Huh. Looks like it's been moved. Must have bumped it or something. Maybe it's just that corner. Oh well. Don't want to be banging the wall with a big old piece of granite. That ain't good. Sensorless is cool. You did it with your B core. Your Prussias use sensorless. That's cool. You have a TMC 2209. It has impact detection. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, I'll show you guys. But you probably, most of you guys has probably just seen it. I've got the Manta EZ board in here with the Easy Stepper drivers, the new little plug-in deals for this one. That's what I'm going to run on it. And I also I grabbed the other day off of Amazon the new Big Tree Tech CM4. It has the EMMC on it. It's a newer version of it. It looks like it comes with a bigger Wi-Fi antenna, so I haven't had any problems with the, not CM4, CB1, I'm sorry. I haven't had any problems with the CB1 since I've been using it. I really don't care too much about the whole webcam. I hadn't even put it back on since I put the panels on it. As long as you aren't homing Z on a locating pin, sensorless should be fine. Even if you are, some people have no problem with it. Yeah, I thought about trying that out. That ain't no joke, that sensorless homing. It's just something new I'd have to learn. No big deal. Let's see here. There we go. All right. I don't want to hit the wall no more. I don't like that. A big old heavy piece of granite might hurt the wall pretty good. All right, so heat sets. Again, lots of heat sets. And for those who haven't seen me before, I always bring my temperature down to what my printing temperature was. 250C, 240C, something like 245C. That way I'm not just melting the plastic so crazy fast that it creates an issue. Don't want to do that. So I'm going to put a heat set insert right here. I hope and pray I'm getting that straight. It looks straight-ish. And we need to put 2 in here. And right now, basically, just from this point, I have already went through almost 50 heat set inserts with this build. This thing really, really likes heat set inserts. It's a lot of them. So I guess if you was going to do this build right here, you probably want to stock up on some heat set inserts. Just need to set jumpers on the board to use the sensorless as well. Commonly missed step. Yeah, I've seen that and I think I could pull that off with this new board too. Yep. Says then the idea is you have the macros that reduce the motor current on the homing moves and then return it back to normal after in order to not crash too hard. So basically you're just setting it up for where it's like a soft crash. You reduce the current whenever it gets to the end of your travel. In a nutshell, that's the idea. All right, so there that is. Got any more that I missed while I'm here? Pretty sure I got them all this time. Okay. What do I want to do? Probably need to put that's not going to cover that up, so this may need to go. Put this on the front here. Probably need to go ahead and build the bearing stack and get that put together. So let's have a look at CAD and see what it's telling me I need right here. I had to do some filing on that, and it's going to be really tight whenever I put it together, but I do have it where it's sliding in and out of there pretty easy, so I kind of like it that it's going to be solid. It's a beautiful thing. Y'all gonna have me talked into doing sensorless on this thing. Keep it up. Let's go to CAD, and I just want to take a look real quick, and I'll switch my scene over. That way you guys can see what I'm looking at. So I'm right here, and while I'm here, let's go ahead and get an idea of what screws I need. That's probably going to be a M3x8. Yep, that's a M3x8. I also need to go underneath the printer right here. Whoa, super zoomed. Sorry guys. So those are probably those, yep, M5x16s. I've guessed that much. And right here, these are probably M3x8s. Yep. So we're still on the M3x8s, M5x16s, but this right here is going to get something a little different. And we're going to take it apart and just have a look at it. So first off, that right there is an M3x16. Do I have an M3x16 out here? No, I have M3x12s and M3x8s, but no M3x16. So let's get us the M3x16. There's my M3x16s, and I want to take this apart and just have a look at it. So highlight it, space bar, highlight it, space bar. So this is what I'm looking at here. What is that? That's a M5x20 button head. And then of course your normal Voron bearing stack. So that's how we're going to build that out, and then a hex nut. Hopefully I can remember all that. Oops. Sorry guys, terrible streamer. All right, so said I needed an M5x20 button head to one M5x20. We're gonna have to do a bearing stack. Let's see if I can find the M5x20s. M3. M5x10s. My eyes are terrible, guys. They're terrible. M5x16s, 10s, 40s. Alright. So I gotta look somewhere else. Gotta look at my different box here. I got stuff everywhere. M5x20. Watch me not have that either, guys. I thought I had everything I needed. M5x10. Talk about ill prepared for the build. Oh, Lord. I got fasteners everywhere. the Poor Boy channel, you're going to need to figure out a hacky way to fix my ADXL to the bed on this, since it's not a standard ADXL. Could get away with one screw or something. Yeah. So this, I'm gonna go ahead and say this, that this thing definitely needs a proper bill of materials. Once I get out up from this part right here, everything else should follow switch wire. Oh, Lord of mercy. I don't have an M5 by 20 button head. So far, and I guess I probably need to start taking notes, because I need M5 by 35 and M5 by 20s. I'm going to write this stuff down. This is very disappointing. All right, 5 by 16 is not gonna make it. Just gonna see it making it. I don't think it's gonna put enough. I don't think it'll put enough threads in the plastic on the other side for the bearing stack. It might would. So, who was it? Hacks Potato said you might be doing this one right here. I could get away with a 16 in here. I don't like it, but I could. I'm gonna look and see if I got anything just a little bit longer than this 16, because if I do, that's what I'll use. I got some crazy long M5s in here that I could cut down. That'll probably never be used for anything. I mean, these things are like, I don't know. Let's see how long they are. Yeah, these are 50 millimeters. Some M5 50s. Got a whole bunch of what I don't need is what it seems like, guys. It's starting to feel like. And what's crazy is, like, so originally I was under the impression that 516s there, that it was pretty much that this build was going to follow switch wire bill of materials to a certain extent and use some of the leftover Creality hardware and things like that you should have on hand. But it is looking like that might be the exact opposite. It's kind of what I'm seeing. Kind of what I'm noticing, or maybe I'm overlooking stuff that I had put away here for this build, and I'm missing something. But I thought I had everything that I needed, and it's looking like I don't. That's what it's really starting to look like. Oh, that's so frustrating. Yeah. That's so frustrating. Just double check it one more time in this fastener kit. Yep. This sucks. That really stinks. So I know I probably can get away with a 16. What's this right here? What is that? Oh, that's a 4. Yeah. I pretty much looked through everything that I have. So it looks like somebody was ill prepared. And like I said, I even had one of them, I think the guy might be subscribed to my channel. He was reaching out to me, and he literally sat down, put together a whole bill of materials. Go figure. Run into these problems, I guess, all the time whenever it comes to custom builds. So quite a bit at a time. Let's see. I was hoping maybe I'd throw some screws in this box over here. Little goodies. No. Ah, geez, Rick. Anything screws left to steal from the original, anywhere, belt tensioners, anything like that, you can take apart. That's what I mean, David, I know you were out with your family, let's see, last weekend I think it was, and when I tore this thing apart, and I had this little tray right here filled slam up with parts that came off this printer. And pretty much what you're seeing right here is after I sorted through everything, organized it, that's all that was really left over from everything that I took off this printer. So everything's been sorted through and organized and placed in marked containers and packages and whatnot that I have in here. And I'm just not seeing them. I can... Just give me 1 second. Might have some kind of stuff, some different stuff tucked away back here. Okay, so this is interesting. I swear I think these are M4s though. I'm gonna take them off. We'll have a look at them. Pair of pliers. It's hard to have enough spare money to have all the spare parts. Yeah. I mean, I really, just like today, me and my wife first thing this morning, because I knew I was going to need some spade and terminal connectors, and I used all the ones up that came in the linear wiring kit with the for the Trident. Whenever I built it, there wasn't nothing left over. And let's see, am I lucky? It's very interesting. It looks awful long. But anyway, I didn't want to drop a whole bunch of money on a bunch of connectors that I'm not going to use. All right, so that is 5. David? No, that's 25. No, it's 30. M5 by 30 right there. Thought you saved the day there for a minute. 5 by 40. Whole bunch of what I don't need. And that's what I was trying to avoid by going to Lowe's this morning and pick me up some spade and terminal connectors and all that stuff like that. Was to try to get what I needed. Save money. But what it's looking like, I'm not going to be that lucky. I have a whole bunch of M5 by 40s and M5 by 30s. Take a dab blame, take my little Dremel and cut these down. I'll have exactly what I need. And just fix the threads. I do have something to be able to chase the threads with. That might be just what I do. I had a package of screws that I'd ordered separately that I thought I needed. No, those are it right there. Yeah. But they were something else. Dang it. That is aggravating. I really don't want to use this 16. I mean, it's close. I mean, it may be just fine, but it's not. It's designed to thread inside of this part right here, and it's barely going to get the bite that it needs. The 16 is just. You've done it before in a pinch. Yeah. Well, hey, I've cut the linear rail over here down. I needed just one 300 millimeter linear rail. I cut it down. Well, I used an angle grinder and cut it right off. I got what I needed. Because I needed one 300 millimeter linear rail, and I had 2 extra 350s on here. Oh shoot! What to do? That's so aggravating. 2 spacers there. I'll need those here in a bit. I really don't want to put I guess I could put the linear rails on the side right here. I really don't want to put these on until I can, keep the carriages from being able to come off. Dang. Dang it. Yeah, I basically have a whole bunch of hardware that I don't need. Alright, so just for the sake of the stream, we're gonna build a bearing stack. We're gonna put all this together. I'm gonna keep in mind what I do need to change here. I'm gonna take note of it and I'm gonna correct it. But just to keep moving forward, basically what I'm after is some bearings and shims, and we're going to build a basic bearing stack. So before I do this, this right here, and what I'm probably going to do is off stream, I'm going to go back, I'm going to cut these freaking long screws that I have. I'm going to get my printer feed on after the stream or later on and get the proper screw put in here in this part right here like it's supposed to be. What? I thought that hat was glued to his head. It is most of the time. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, my hat's pretty much stayed glued to my head. I need to put a hex nut. Let's see. Let's go right here. Right back there. Let me find those, dig them out of the parts here. It gets an M3 hex nut. And that's an M5. There we go. M3 hex nut. I've got tons of these around here, so I'm definitely not worried about running out of these. So I'm just going to grab it out of this little kit. Yeah, so, trying to figure out what I needed for this. It was kind of a task in of itself. When it comes to the hardware, so that gets a M3 hex nut right down here. Let's see if I can get my fat sausage fingers in there. Of course I can't. And it's going to fall in there all the wrong way. So hard to do this the smart way. Go ahead and put my 16 in there and pull it into place. That just would make too much sense. So basically all I'm going to do is just go ahead and run the M3 socket head screw through here. Now I got something to thread onto. My fingers are still too fat for this, but it is a little easier. Bit it right away. And now, how about that? Got it right in place. That was pretty easy. So there. And it's not going to fall out because somebody over extruded the parts a little bit. Just a little bit. And we got to build a bearing stack. A little small bearing stack. And this is for the Y tensioner. Got these nice bearings right here from KB3D. Bought a whole motion system kit from them. These are rain and dew bearings. Seem like they're really nice. And we're gonna get our M5 by, in theory, 20. And it gets a shim. And this is going to be really fun to do right here. One bearing with the flange down. Let's see, I'm trying to do this on camera. I guess to my benefit, the parts are a little over extruded, so I'm able to kind of play with this a little bit easier. And getting that last shim in there is what's going to be the fun part. There that is. And now I just need to feed a little shim through here. And you know it's not going to fit because your part was over extruded. Good grief. This isn't turning out to be very good at all, fellas. I'll lie to you. See the shim. See, I got some little picks in here so I can get this thing lined up. Somebody needs to put their eyeballs on their head. There we go. I think I got it lined up now. And where's my hex wrench I just had in my hand? Keep threading this thing through. Just snug it up a little bit. I'm not going to over tighten it because it's tightening in the plastic. It does have a little bit of a bite. It's just not, this screw that I have in here is definitely not long enough. And these are moving freely. Alright, so that's in there. And this gets the M3 by 16 right here in the front. And it's going to thread into that little hex nut we put in. Now, whenever I go to feed this belt through, that's going to be a lot of fun, I'm sure. And that's going to be our tensioner. Our tensioner pulley system there for the wide travel. Going to get it in there far enough to where it's getting a bite on that hex nut. I want to leave all the travel I can get. I don't think it has a bite on it yet. I think slid back in there far enough. There we go. Still don't have a bite on it. There it goes. Okay. Tense moments. This right here gets screwed into that with a M5 by 16 button head. Lots of fun. Lots of fun. And let's see, I'm probably going to flip this thing up on its side here. I'm done with the bearings right now. That way I can get up underneath here. Because I'm pretty sure, just double check. Mount something like that. Yeah, it goes in the bottom. So these are going to thread into the bottom of this extrusion here. And I can get to it right through the front right here. For now, I think, maybe not. Might need to take this piece right here out of my way. No, we get to it. It would be a lot easier if I did. Let me take this skirt out of my way. It's already bothering me. It's already bothering me. So you guys get to see what not to do if you decide to build this one. This skirt out of my way. It's getting on my nerves. I don't want to cross thread nothing in aluminum, so whatever I can do to mitigate that, I'm going to do it. So let's get this. Now I can get to it a lot easier. acting a little weird with me. And I didn't want to do that. So it's going to be really fun trying to feed a belt through there, all the way through that back extrusion, because the belt runs through the inside of this 40/40 extrusion all the way to the back. I think this right here is a nice little upgrade that they did to the versions of the ENDER 3 switch wire conversion in the GET, was adding this tensioner and these frame extensions. It made it look, I think it made it look really good. And this right here goes up on this side like so. And you get some M3x8s underneath here, and you can adjust it. It's kind of got a little leeway for some adjustment right there to get on your skirt piece. Nice and clean. Yeah, you had to remind me on my hat, Gary T. It definitely does stay glued to my head most of the time. And I'm just going to thread this up in here and leave it somewhat kind of loose for right now. So do you guys really think I should do the centerless homing on this? Leave it be. Keep going with the original plan. Let's leave it loose. So I get that adjustment. There we go. Let's get our skirt back on. Yeah, definitely needs that adjustment. Cross threading is nature's Loctite, you know? No, I don't like cross threading nothing. No. Nature's Loctite. It can be, I guess. You wish you'd kept your ENDER switch wire. You could probably, I mean, if you was wanting to do you one, Dave, you could probably find you one really cheap somewhere. Somebody's getting rid of one. If you was really wanting to do one. I think, like I said, that one guy I've been watching some of his switch wire conversion videos, the Digital Dragon is the name of his channel. He's a fella out of North Carolina right here. I think he said he's out of Raleigh is what he was telling some guys on the stream one day when I was watching it. That he found one, I think like somebody was selling on eBay, just a frame. Because really that, I mean, and I guess you'd want to, if you wanted to use the bed and all that stuff. It's definitely going to be a better looking printer than what it was. I can already tell that. And I think it's going to be just a better all around printer. Alright, I'm going to leave them loose for right now. I don't want to tighten those all the way down. Put an M3x8 up here in the top. That way that adjusts out really nice. Yeah, you might find somebody selling one dirt cheap on eBay used. You really don't want, I don't guess you'd want the electronics or anything like that. Unless you want to build like all things, but a bed. I don't know. There we go. Snug that up. That looks pretty square to me. I'm going to snug these up right here. They don't need no more adjustment. A lot of wiggle room here, I guess. Want that kind of pressure on it. You just bought a $99 Ender V or 3V2 for your build at Micro Center. You can't afford to tear your only working printer apart. Huh. Yeah, that's why I didn't really tear this one apart right away. I got to try this now. I'm gonna pull these together. Might regret it later on. Tighten this down. I'm pulling it like all the way together, but I am pulling it together. Kind of get rid of that big gap. All right. So there that is. We got our idler there. I need to tighten, guess I need to tighten this up underneath here. These two M3s that I put on underneath here. Go ahead and tighten those on down a little bit. There that is. There's all the frame extensions and skirt pieces put on. And like I said, I need to go back and put a M5 by 20 in here. And I'm gonna need some M5 by 35s for my printer feet. Get those put on. And let's see, where we're at. Now we're ready, I think, to where we could start following the switchwire manual. Yeah, it's a little flexy. Yeah, but after you get it all tightened up, it feels pretty solid. I don't think you want to really like pick it. Once you start putting weight on it, you probably wouldn't want to pick it up from the plastic parts. I'm sure of that. There it is. That's going to be stretched out pretty good. Alright, so now, yeah, like I said, I think we're pretty much to the point where we can maybe follow the switchwire manual. What's going on here with my computer? It's acting crazy. I hope our CPU ain't acting stupid. Let me pull up the docs here. Ender switchwire release. Switchwire main. We're wanting the assembly manual. Oh, shoot. There we go. Go to the scene here. So now I'm in the Voron switchwire assembly manual. And we pretty much got our frame built now. And I see it's showing some linear rails on here. And it's showing the frame assembly. So in a nutshell, we got our frame built. Now we're looking for, I guess, these two right here. We need some M5 by 10s, and those are going to be our end stops. Yep. And we're going to put the side linear rails on. Now it shows you going ahead and putting the build plate on there too, or the bed assembly. So I'm just kind of looking through this and getting an idea of what direction I want to go in. And we got the rear motor. So let's go back to my, we'll minimize this. And all right. Seeing it like that makes a lot more sense now how it is all put together. Yeah. And like I said, David, I need to find somebody where I can get some panels. I don't know. I mean, either that or I'm going to wind up having to 3D print them. And I really don't want to do that because there's 6 panels, STL files for this, cover this top right here. And each one of them's like about 3 hours a piece. A 3D print, and they're going to take up a large volume of space on my Trident build plate. So yeah, I'll have to 3D print them one at a time. So we're right here doing our linear rails for the Z travel. That's what it looks like. That's where we're at. So I'm gonna lay it on its side like this. And let's rotate this thing on around here without knocking everything off my build table here, or with knocking everything off the build table. So we don't need that anymore. All right, try to get y'all to view here. So let me yeah, there's really not a manual for this, and a lot of the parts are a little different, and I think that's what makes it such a challenge to build. I'm going to move back over to the CAD because I think my end stops for these rails right here are going to look a little different than what you see in the Voron SWITCHWIRE manual here. So I'm going back into my CAD. I switched the scene so you guys can see what I'm looking at. So we're over here. We're looking at, if you've never used FreeCAD before and you want to rotate a design in FreeCAD, you just click on the scroll jog wheel in the middle of your mouse. See how different mine look right here? Yep. So we're looking for these plastic parts right here. And not only are we looking for those, seeing the switch wire, it called for a M5 by 10. This right here to me looks like it's going to be an M3 by 8, guys. So let's call it out and see what we got here. Yep, that's an M3 by 8. And even down here. Yep. So it looks like to me we just need some M3 by 8 socket head screws and some M3 by 8 roll-in T-nuts. Very nice. Is that bottom panel different than a regular switch wire bottom panel? I really don't know. That's a good question, for sure. So now I'm looking for my these, that piece, this piece, and got some little, yep, this piece and this piece. Basically, these are the end stops for the linear rails. And I have to, because it's going to be the Z. Yeah, there we go. Let's pull these bad boys out here. Got these from KB3D. Should I clean them, guys, or you think they're ready to go? Did linear rails come from KB3D ready to go? Feel really smooth. Feel like they're pre-tensioned too. Bought some linear rails, some I didn't, because I already had some as well from the old printer, so I had to buy some. Let's see. So there's, yeah, those feel really good. I don't see them packed slap full of grease or anything like that. They look clean. They feel like they're pre-tensioned. They might just need a little bit of grease in them. These rails look really good. Need those, M3x8s, and we need some M3 roll-in T-nuts. Probably fine just to grease them. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They look really clean. I mean, these are linear rails I got from KB3D. It looks like they got a little bit of greasing on them. They're not bad. They're not overly greased. I think they're good. I mean, they feel really smooth. And these are pre-tensioned. Yeah. And we'll go ahead and pack a little grease in them. Let's see. Oh, I had the grease out the other day. I was greasing the trot-in up. These actually have a nice little grease port on the side of them. That's cool. Oh yeah. We'll throw a little grease in them and we'll send them. How about that? I ain't scared. Shoot a little grease in them. They got little grease holes for both sides, so very nice. Probably don't take much. Full send. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. They feel good and smooth. They ain't even all hangy or nothing. They just feel pre-tensioned. They don't feel like they snagging or dragging on anything. Not like some other rails I have ordered in the past. These felt good enough. I don't even feel like I need to really grease them. I mean, I can see they've had a little bit of light greasing on them already, but we're just gonna, just for good measure, we'll add a little bit to it. Very smooth, very smooth. Like I said, these feel right. They're pre-tensioned, but there's no hanging and dragging. I mean, I can't even. So the rails, the linear rails that I bought for the Trident. So let me show you. Whenever I first got them, I could tell that there was something really weird about them. Now, of course, they were supposed to be pre-tensioned, but just like this right here, I would set them down on the table like this, and then try to pick it up. And it would actually pick the whole rail up. This one, the rail's staying perfect on the table. It's not picking up with it. I can feel that there's a little bit of slight tension on them, but yeah. And that's kind of what I expected with the linear rails that I originally purchased for the Trident, but that wasn't what I got. Yeah, it was a little frustrating. Spend that kind of money on something and it not really be what you expected. So I lost my cap for the, oh there it is, for the grease. Now, I probably should leave this out, but I'm probably going to need it for some other linear rails here in a bit. So I'm just going to set that off to the side. Let's get some M3 roll-in T-nuts. We're going to go ahead and get this thing prepped here. Let's see. Man, it's going so easy. Just throw them in by hand. We'll go ahead and throw them in for the rails. So it's on now, guys. We're officially building this thing back. Putting her back together. So I think the linear rails usually get about 6, if I ain't mistaken. Let's see, we'll go ahead and get these little stoppers here. Get them out. I'm gonna move them over a little bit. Golly. Those are in there really good. Just kind of poking these little stoppers out and moving them over one, because I think we're going to need 2, 4, and 6. And we always skip the 2 in the middle. Yeah, so I'll need 6 T-nuts there. And then one more. So I'll need a total of 8 T-nuts right here in this extrusion. Full send. No fear. Absolutely no fear. There's those T-nuts. It's not a very good view, is it? Sorry guys, just trying to get you in a little closer and able to see what I'm looking at here. Get you over the hill. Maybe. There we go. Maybe that's a little better. Alright, so this goes right there. That's fitting really nice. Yep. let's see, I'm not really sure exactly how I want to. I guess I just go ahead and stick that on there like that, and maybe just try to somewhat line them up, kind of like this. That pretty much is going to go about right there. This one's right here. Skip one, there, right there. Just kind of getting in the ballpark, guys. I'll take this one down here. Put that one right there. And that might be it. Alright, and I've got some little 3D printed parts here that was actually left over from the Trident build for the X gantry that I can use for this. Works out really well. I'm just going to stick these on, help align it. So now our linear rail is nice and aligned, real pretty like. And I'm just going to kind of look down from the top right here and just try to make sure that all my T-nuts are lining up pretty good. And for the most part, they do. And let's put in some M3 socket head screws. Hopefully that one lined up good. I can't see in there for that one. I think that one actually gets a bigger, a longer screw. Let me check the CAD real quick. It's about to mess up. Just having a look at CAD, and let's see up top here. No, it was it did say M3x8 because we did look at it, didn't we? I'm having a hard time with CAD right now, guys. It's being a butt. Yeah. That's an M3x8. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was correct on that one. Just wanted to make sure I was correct on that one. Like I said, though, I can't see. That looks good. What's going on here? I ain't wanting to go. Had some guys fall asleep on us, stepped out. They had enough. Had enough of this boredom. Right now I'm just kind of loosely I ain't snugging them down yet. Just kind of running the screws on down in there. I work from the inside out. Just kind of get them down. And now I'll start snuggling them down here. Start from the inside, so I'm going to go left, right, left, right, left, and right. And I'm gonna run back through it one more time. And give it that last little hump there. Very good. So now, I'm trying to figure out why this ain't going down in there. I can see that the T-nut's lined up pretty good, but it's like that ain't wanting to go down in the hole for some reason, which is kind of weird. What's going on here, fellas? Pull that out of there for right now. Check it out. Something's not right. That's very odd. Let me try some of these new M3x8s. They don't have the threaded. The new M3x8s that I have in this kit, if I can find them, kind of mixed up and everywhere. M3x8 160. Yeah, these are kind of like smooth. What's the issue? So I'm thinking that the head of these, I'll show you. It's interesting. So these, the head of these M3x8s, they don't have any like little, I guess you say, grooves on them. And yeah, that one's not going either. It's not going through. It won't even thread through, which is kind of weird. Yeah, it's very weird. It don't want to start. There it goes. Yeah, it just wasn't wanting to. It wasn't wanting to go through that. What it is like I said earlier on in the stream, the parts are kind of a little bit, somewhat over extruded. They really hadn't been wanting to, or some of the things haven't been doing like they needed to do. So there's the topping stop piece right there, plastic piece. Thread down, and here's the bottom end stop. And the way it showed in CAD was, you see how it's got this little slope right here? It shows it actually. And if you see how I'm putting it in right here on the bottom screen, so this is going to face to the top, a little slope. That's how it shows it in CAD. You would think it would go the other way. That's how it's showing it. No, I think that the screw holes are just a little too tight. Might be a setting I could fix in the Cura. Slicer settings or something. there we go. We got our linear rail screwed down on this side. Take our little mounting pieces off here. We can go ahead and pop these little caps off. You don't have to worry about losing our rails or our, yep, smooth as silk. So y'all be able to get a better view on this side of it. Let's flip this thing around. And I'll just slide some stuff this way. Give you a little bit better view of what's going on this time. Working right here on the linear rail. And we want some M3 roll-in T-nuts. And we needed a total of 8 of them a while ago. That one's facing the top. So we're going to be working on this thing for a while. Apparently, because we're not just going to be able to slap this one together. I thought I was going to be a whole lot further than what I am. I thought this one was going to go a whole lot quicker than the trident. It dang sure got tore apart a whole lot faster than it's going together. Total of 18 nuts in here. And let's go ahead. Get our 3x8 screw. We'll get it started in this thing. That way I don't have the same issues I had earlier. Well, it's still being the same way. Try one of these other smooth-sided M3x8s here. That one went pretty good. It let it get a bite. Yeah. All right. All I'm doing is just getting these lined up in my linear rail where I think they might need to go. Give me a rough idea. Go one, skip one. Lining everything up. That goes down here. This is going to go somewhere right there. Skipping 2 in the middle. Alright. Pop this off. And let's put our, get my linear rail put down here. Get our nice little mounts. Help square it up. And just kind of looking down in the holes. Get these centered up a little better. Everything's looking pretty good, fellas. And tighten this down right here. stop for the top. This is really to come together fast. Well, does it seem like it? That's fast. I thought we was being kind of slow. I thought I was being a little slow with it. And this. Yeah, I thought I was being slow with it, David Beer. I'm glad you think it's fast. Alright, so we're just going to kind of lightly tighten these in for right now. Oops. We're not tightening nothing up, we're just kind of laying them down in here. Then I'm going to start from the middle and work my way out. Alright, now we'll go from the middle and out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm going to go back. Go over one more time. Give them the last little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So there's that. And we want one more little bump stop piece right here. And basically, like I said, what it shows on the CAD is this little slope piece. For whatever reason, it shows it going in that direction. I would have thought it would have done like that, but it shows the little slope piece going up like this. And maybe it has something to do with the travel, you know? Don't know. Roughly about where I think it's going to live, and let's put her down. So there that is. And we got some Z linear rails put on. Yeah, man. Moving right along. So now, I guess we need to move up here. For our Y travel linear rails. We'll go ahead and get those placed. And I think pretty much for this side, all it's going to get is the yeah. It just gets the linear rail on this side. The other side actually gets the end stop. Any screws under the carriage, maybe you already got them. I'm not sure what you mean. Come out like right here. There's usually 2 left out right there. These are the MGN 12H. Yeah. I was counting 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I got them. When tightening. Yeah, I just slide the carriage. Let's see. Let me turn you down right here. That way you can see the whole length of the linear rail. So to understand, I got usually when people mount these, they go 6 total. I mean, that's how it's mounted on the Trident for the X travel, for the X rail. But there's nothing really in these two right here. You got 6 total. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to rip you off. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So there's not any under the carriage. There's usually 2 left out right there. You don't think that's sufficient enough? I don't know. All right. Where was I at? So this one gets a little different style of a mount right here to mount these Y extrusions. It gets this crazy little block right here for the 40/40 extrusions. Yeah, just making sure, tighten them all. It looks good. Yeah, I got them all tightened, David. I was sitting there counting them as I was tightening. And let's throw some roll-in T-nuts. We're up here on the Y. Y travel. Throw some roll-in T-nuts in here real quick. And these things go so easy, I can just push them in with my fingers. On the on these extrusions like this, the V-slot extrusions, they just roll right in. And I mean, they're holding pretty good for the most part. Yeah, that's really nice. Be able to push them in like that. They come out a lot easier too. It looks perfectly fine. I think it's gonna be great. I think it's gonna be a lot better than what it was, that's for sure. And let's see, I need my nippers because this is an old linear rail that I took off this printer originally. Right now, I know I'm going to need an end stop to keep this carriage from coming off the back on this side. I don't think I need to worry about the front, but it's going to stop on that. No, I probably do need to worry about that until I get the bed on there. I think the bed is what stops on that, keeps the carriage from coming off, or the bed mounts. So I just kind of put those little stoppers in there. Looking to get this roughly lined up. Skipping one. Skip one. There that is. We got our that. Get our little rail mount pieces here, and basically just kind of hold it just like so. just gonna push it forward for right now. I'll figure out. Well, let me have a look at CAD real quick, just see what it looks like it's showing as far as how far off the front that linear rail might be. And I'm actually underneath. Just want to double check a few things. Oh yes, it's dead on the edge of the extrusion there, so that's good. Just wanted to make sure I was all right with what I was doing there. Double check. All right. So basically, in the CAD, it shows the front of this linear rail being pretty much squared up exactly with this 40/40 extrusion. I wanted to make sure of that before I went any further. And just kind of looking in here and get these T-nuts lined up. This one's way off. That looks good. That one looks good. This one looks good. So let's drop in some screws and get it mounted up. So, and I'm giving credit to Digital Dragon. He suggested like leaving these like kind of loose on one side to help with the binding. When you tighten the other side down, like get one side tight, leave the other side like somewhat loose, because there could be, I guess, maybe like some binding going on. I do know that whenever I've had linear rails on this printer in the past, dual linear rails for the wide travel, I did have binding issues with the bed. I was only using one side for one linear rail because it got so aggravating. Hopefully we don't have these issues with this one. If we do, I'll probably just do what Digital Dragon suggested and maybe loosen one side up just a little bit and run the bed back and forth. Maybe it'll free up some of that binding going on. I also think a lot of my problems came from with it in the past was not having roll-in T-nuts underneath these rails. There was another issue with the Maker Development Group kit that I really didn't like, was they had hammerhead T-nuts underneath all the linear rails, which made it for a pain in the butt to really get all those things lined up and in there properly. So I'm going to start from the inside. 1, snug it a little bit. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Back again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Everything's snug. Super smooth. Feels good. Let's do the other side. Hammerheads really suck. Yeah, I hate a hammerhead T-nut. I'm not gonna lie to you. And like whenever I done that conversion of this thing, it really made me hate them. Let's get some of this stuff out of the way here. I might help out. Somebody needs to grease their chair up again. And side, or we can do this other side. And the wifey's bringing me something to drink. She's so awesome. Alright, that's not a very good view, is it, fellas? Let's see. How can I do this? Pretty simple. Just like this. Yeah, I think this, to be honest, David, I think this build would really come together pretty quickly, actually. A whole lot faster than the Tri did. That's for sure. Alright, so now we're going to put our linear rail on this side. Little different style of end stop blockers here. These are like metal. You probably won't be able to see them on camera too much, but they're right there and they'll keep the carriage from coming off. Now I do know that these rails right here are cleaned and greased. Might need to put a little grease on that one. This one is. This is the one I had to cut down. Just cut it down a little bit on the end there and filed and grind it so it ain't cutting me. And it's good and square. It's fine. It's gonna work great. So now, how many T-nuts we're gonna need for this side? Probably 7 because we got, or actually we need 8. We got the linear rail going in, and we got our end stop going in right here. So as I was sitting there, I don't know if y'all caught that on camera, but I'm kind of thinking something funny just happened to me. While I was sitting there messing around with that T-nut, and the way it was kind of rolling back and forth like that in my fingers so easily. Nah, I couldn't. I was thinking that something funny might have happened with one of them that I was tightening down on this side. It felt a little weird, felt different. But the screw would only go in a square. If it was crooked like that, it wouldn't have been in it, I don't think. So let's put these back here for the end stop. And just trying to keep looking back at chat, make sure I don't miss nothing you guys are saying to me. That's good. So we put our end stop there. Let's get our linear rail. My little pick tool here, and I'm just going to line these up. A little bit further back. That's for the end stop. Yeah. All right. Set this up here. Let's get our little mount pieces here. stick them over one of these holes that I'm not lining up to, or not having to put any screws on. I want to get this squared up with this extrusion right here as best I can, because that's the way it shows on CAD. So that's what I'm looking to do. There we are. There isn't any play in it, so it should be nice and square. I'm just going to double check our T-nuts, make sure they're lined up. And the holes, looking good so far. That needs to be still. Oh, went too far with it. There we go. Very nice. And we're going to drop in our M3x8s. I'm dropping in the M3x8s. I'm going to be putting the Stealth Burner tool head with clockwork tool on this beauty. And finally look the way I've been wanting it to look for a while. And it's going to be a dual gear direct drive extruder, which is very nice. What do I do with my? There it is. Start from the middle, just kind of loosely bump these down just a little bit. Just going until they get a little bite. Go. Alright, so now we're going to snug it up. And like I said, if I run into any binding issues, I think I'm going to use what Digital Dragon suggested to do. And just loosen one side up a little bit, run the bed back and forth till it kind of maybe frees itself up. We'll see how that happens. See how that works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Let's see. Hacks Potato, you seen a dual Y ender run tap. You believe it's probably solid enough with all that and the aluminum Y carriage. Do I want to try it? I'd like to run tap on it. Hacks Potato. But I mean, I don't mind using the Omron Pro. Oh yeah, I got to let's see. Gonna leave that on the front there. I'll have the end stop out here on the back. I hear the reason why they don't run tap on the ender or on the bed slinger like this is because that build plate's so thin. Yeah, I like to rub it. See, I really like the tap. It's I really enjoyed putting it on my Trident, and it's worked just fine for me. I've kind of, the issue that I run into with it was just that was self-inflicted, or is self-inflicted. It's even still. ain't nothing that I can't correct and fix later, and the accuracy of that is still, even though it's not as solid as it was when I first put it together, and because I need to 3D print a part for it, it's still very accurate, which is kind of funny. All right, and I'm just gonna get this limit switch right here put on. We may wind up doing sensorless homing. Who knows? Who knows what the world holds for this printer? But we're gonna go ahead and put a limit switch on it, just to have it here when we do need it, or if we do need it. There you go. Sorry guys, didn't know my big arm was all in the way. Really, back here putting this limit switch on. Should have hollered at me. Oh, you want to try it? I was wondering why do I want to try it? I wasn't sure what you meant by that. Alright, so there that is. It's getting heavier. Alright, so we got all our linear rails put on. And I think where we're moving to next is this the Y carriage in the wrong box here. So I've got the Y carriage parts printed, and I'm pretty sure I've looked at all these. Get you guys a little bit further down view here. There we go. Just like so. And I think there's a couple of pieces of the belt mount for the bed as well. Yeah. So you need these two little pieces right here for the belt mount for the bed, and I think I gotta put some heat set inserts in those. And let's see. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, I'm gonna have to put some heat set inserts in here. This is an accent piece, and this is for the, see that right there? See the 2 holes, that's where the cable chain goes. What kind of cable chain are we putting on here, guys? You want to try it? I wanted to try that tap on it too. I just heard, I guess you could say, some bad talk about using the tap on an Ender 3 bed because of the bed being so thin that it wasn't a very good idea. I mean, I've seen somebody running one on it. I don't know. That was dust. Yeah, it's starting to look like a machine. Yeah, man. Alright, so a lot going on here. just kind of, I guess, some M5 hex nuts underneath the back side. That's to get the original ender bed mounted to it. It's going to go something like this right here. So I'm just trying to figure out which way I want to go right now. I don't need any heat set inserts on this part right here in particular, but I do believe I need 1, 2, and I'm thinking 4 just on this piece right here. I'll look in CAD real quick. We'll have a look at it and see. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to need 2 heat set inserts for these. Yeah, man. Yep, it's going to be the Igus. All right. Let me pull up CAD here real quick. And let's see. I'm trying to get a look to see what. Let's see. Let's go to scene 2. You guys can see what I'm looking at in CAD here, and basically I think I'm going to take this right here off. Yeah, so I see heat set inserts there, and trying to look around. It has to get heat set inserts. Yeah, see, there they are along the back side there. So I'm going to put that back for alright, and let's get rid of this. Gonna make all that stuff disappear because I'm right here. Let's make this disappear too. There we go, right there I am. Alright, now I can see what I'm doing here. So yeah, I see heat set inserts. Alright. Good deal. Seen it, LOL, guys. That doesn't mean it worked well enough. Looks cool though. Yeah, it does look cool. Yeah, I don't know if it works or not. So, all right, I know I need heat set inserts on all this. So I'm gonna need a total of, there's 2, 4, 6, 8 heat set inserts. I don't need any for these. So. Robo-Duck's been holding up the soldering iron for me the whole time. I said I needed 8 heat set inserts, and I don't have enough over here out, so it looks like I need to get some more here. More heat set inserts in my little tray here, and let's fire up the soldering iron and get them ready. The rapido of soldering iron, says David Guerra. Watch how quick this thing gets up to temperature. So there it is, 250. It's already there. Right. There you go. Of soldering irons. TS 100. I think it's gonna look amazing whenever it's got that stealth burner sitting on it, and all the chain, all the wiring nice and neat and clean and pretty. Yeah, man. So I've definitely made it a lot further than what I thought originally, or as far as I wanted to. I basically wanted to get the linear rails put on, and or get the frame and skirts and extensions and all that stuff put on, and then get the linear rails put on, and that's where we're at, which is cool. So now we're over here onto the bed, the Y carriage, which is pretty awesome. So once we get the Y assembly, the Y bed carriage assembly or whatnot put on, I think we'll be moving to the Y motor. I'm probably going to stop right here at getting this this little part right here assembled, or getting the bed carriage and all that stuff put together. I think that's about, yeah, we've been going on 4 hours now for streaming, and I think that's a pretty good bit accomplished today. Like I said, I made it a lot further than what I thought I was going to. I wasn't sure how far I was going to be able to make it. I think this is going to be a pretty quick build process though, compared to the actual Trident build. But yeah, it's coming along. Alright, so now I got this to do, and I guess that these sets are just on the bottom here. Oh, weird. It really. Yeah, I guess so. You're going to DM me a link to a vendor that does panel sets, and I think they might have the bottom panel I need. Awesome. Heck yeah, that would be cool. They actually do this for this V2 mod right here in particular, David, for the ENDER to SWITCHWIRE conversion. That would be awesome. And I'm hoping that I'm gonna try to find, because I'd like to be able to post it in the links. Like I said, I think the guy subscribed to my channel. He's got a I think I put these in wrong. His name's Colton Meredith. Like I said, he sat down the other day and done a whole bill of materials for this in particular, and he was trying like crazy to link it to me. It's gonna look sick, especially with those 40/40 extrusions. Yeah, man, it is. It's gonna look really good. I think it's gonna look really good. Yep, it says Rev 2 released files. Awesome. Heck yeah, Dave. And you always there. You on it, man, all the time. That is so cool. Like I said, we got some great people in here. People will hang around for a little bit and just pay attention to the chat. You might find some awesome stuff. so there's those. I got 2 more to put in right here for the cable chains. ENDER 3 to switch wire conversion panels, and you can choose the bottom and deck panels only. Awesome. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, because like I said, I'd hate to buy a whole panel kit because I'm really not too concerned about fully enclosing it. And to be honest, I think they look pretty sick with, you know, I think they look pretty cool with without the enclosure the Enders do, or these switch wires. I think they look good without it. Down in there a little bit more. Bounce back out on me. There we go. And let's put one more in here. Heck yeah, David, I appreciate that. So I was able to 3D print all the accent parts all on one build plate. It was pretty cool how it worked out when I was 3D printing the parts for this thing on the Trident. I was able to slice pretty much all the parts in the separate files and just kind of 3D print them all in one shot. The only things that I couldn't get away with getting them all in one shot was the skirt pieces and the frame extensions. They were so big that they wouldn't fit all on the build plate in one shot. But everything else pretty much went that route. Alright, so I think that's all the heat set inserts for this. Oh, they actually have an F on the front of this. So I guess that stands for the front. Kind of let you know that, hey, that's the front, dummy. Cool. All right. So like I said, guys, I think basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this stuff right here. I'm going to get this bed carriage stuff mounted up on here and get it ready to be belted and everything. And then I'm probably going to call it, because the next thing I'm going to be getting into is putting the Y motor assembly on it, pulleys, getting into the X and the motors and the pulleys and all that stuff. And we'll pretty much have a printer by then, you know. And then of course we got to get the electronics and all that stuff put in. And I'm really wanting to get the printer feet on here and get the proper screw put in before I get too far along, you know, along in it. I don't really like that little short M5x16 being in here, so I'm going to wind up putting, it's going to have to be the right one or it'll drive me nuts until I fix it. I think it's located in the US as well, free shipping over $45. You think it's run by someone on the Voron team, even or closely associated. Very freaking cool. I'll take it. Yeah, because like I said, I really don't really think I want to 3D print those panels. I mean, I would if I had to, but if I ain't got to, I really don't want to, not those. So basically all I'm doing is just getting a little accent mount piece screwed up here. And I might need to back off this one first. Okay, we're gonna have to look into that, David. Get those things on the way for sure. So there's our accent piece for our cable chain. And so I need to see what size screws go right here and what size screws are going to go in here and right here. So I'm going to pull up CAD real quick, see what we got. Very nice. Okay, CAD. Show you guys what I'm looking at. And so we are right here. And I want to see what size is that. Those are M3 by 12s. I have some laying right here. Is it M3 by 12s on both sides? Because I seem to recall several people having a different size for both sides. And that's the M3 by 12, so that's what that is. And we want to know what we got to use to mount the bed assembly here. There we go. Those are M3 by 8s. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of, so we need M3 by 12s and M3 by 8. So I think it was like Steve Build's idea to keep this thing split, or have this thing split like this. And that's the issue that people were running into with it. I guess you could say it was binding. And also, probably just leave these belt pieces right here kind of loose, where it locks the belt in. He also told him, you know, it'd be nice to have a little bit of a relief. Let's see. I was thinking I was on off the CAD. Oops. All right. So sorry about that, guys. But to have this little relief right here in this as well, because I think the top metal plate's going to mount pretty tight on this. So let's get these put on the side right here first, and that says M3 by 8. That's what it calls for. We need 4 of them. Go ahead and put those on the side. If anyone in chat is wondering, the vendor I'm talking about for the panels, it's MN Laser Cutting. Cool. Yeah, I reached out to a couple people just trying to figure out where I could get some, but I hadn't looked into it too hard. I got so many M3 by 8 socket head screws in here. I think I need a 3D printer that's just built completely out of that. Star pattern here. It's pretty snug. Snug as a bug in a rug. Let's put some on this other I think this is a freaking killer upgrade for an Ender 3. It drops the. I see. So these little cutouts right here, they fit up inside of the. Or the carriage kind of fits up inside of it, and it drops the. It literally drops that bill plate down pretty low. A lot lower than what it used to be setting on the old printer, or the old way I had this thing put together. That's pretty cool. Pretty dang cool, fellas. Nuno must have fell back asleep. I ain't seen him in a minute. His dog done got him warm again. He done fell asleep. I ain't seen Shawdell in a long time. He hasn't visited one of my streams in a bit. Jenny must have scared him off, threatening him with the band hammer. Alright, what did I say? M3x12s is what holds these belt retaining screws on. Uno! Yeah, where's he at? Alright. Maybe that's the relief. Yeah, that's the relief cut for it. Yeah, he might have stepped out. He might have had to step out. Huh. Oh, okay, there we go. I wondered about that. It was awful long. That's what it called for, M3x12s. But that part's pretty thick too. Alright. Little butterfingers here. And I think I'm just going to kind of leave this somewhat loose for now. Oh, that's right. I was wondering what the heck it was hitting, but I got a little bump stop back there. So once I get this fixed up, I don't have to worry about the carriage coming off here anymore. Or the carriages, I can go ahead and take these little carriage stops off. That's the reason why I was kind of wanting to get it to this point. Get the bed frame mount and all that stuff put on here. kind of being a pain in the butt because it's so far up in there. There we go. One side a little loose there. Wrong ones. M3x12s. M3x12s. Here's the beauty of having a lazy Susan, fellas. Just spin her on around here. Slide it back where you need it. Slide it back where you can get to it. Makes life a little easier. Maybe. Am I using the wrong side? No, I'm not. It's just this bed trying to run back and forth on me is what's messing with me. It's making it hard. It's either that or I think there's a little bit of plastic that might have gotten away. There we go. Had to push through it. Leave them, I'm gonna snug them up for right now like they would be if they were holding my belts. Let's see how this thing reacts. So that's snug. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. And I feel like it's binding nowhere. I'm gonna go ahead and pop these little braces off. I don't think I need these anymore, these little stops. I think we're in good shape on those. Real careful whenever I bring the bed forward here, just to make sure. Yeah, that carriage never gets, the front bumps into that. And then of course you've got, yep, and we're hitting the switch long before we ever get to the end of the bed travel there. So yeah, we're in good shape. We might could even get a little bit more bed travel out of it. I can bump the switch on back just a little bit further. But that's a pretty good amount of bed travel there. And I don't feel like it's binding up. It feels pretty smooth. That's something I never was able to do with that old conversion. For some reason, it wouldn't. When I would get both sides of the linear rails mounted together like that, it wouldn't work right. It didn't act right. So now it's ready for the. Once we get everything going. See, it's going to use the old build plate here, I think. Yeah, I think that's how it's going to mount on there. Yep. Yeah, guys. A little dusty. Always feels good as it starts to come together. Man, it's looking good. It's looking good, David. I can't be happier with it already the way it's turning out. And I'm almost 100% certain. Damn it, I wound up knocking a hole in this sheetrock. Yeah. Very good. Very good. Couldn't be happier. Yeah, I like the idea of having all the electronics tucked away and kind of hidden. All the wires nice and neat and routed, very clean. Everything's going to wind up being on a linear rail system. It's going to be a direct drive extruder system with a good looking, with a really good looking tool head on it. I mean, that black and that green is going to look really good together. It sure is. And it was me and my wife sitting here when I was trying to decide on what color I was wanting to go with, and that was what we kind of come up with together. So yeah, man. Guys, I think that's probably going to be it for the stream for today. Let's see, how many we got in here with us still? We got 7. Hey, there's Snapshot FPV. He says, hey, poor boy, how much of this conversation is still Ender 3 parts? The frame, let's see, the frame, this, I guess you could say the bed mount piece, the motors, limit switch back here at the back, the hot end cooling fan there. That was the actual electronics cooling fan. It fit perfect in a stealth burner. Hang on, we still going. And your power supply, it gets tucked away real nice and pretty up under here. There's plenty of room for it, you know, so it gets to hide away there. The build plate, and what I'm probably going to do with this build plate here, just to make for the routing of the wires a lot nicer and neater, is I'm going to desolder this right here and turn them around the other way. I remember Steve Build saying that would probably make, like, because they need to turn and come back to get in the cable chain system right here. So of course the build plate, or the, you know, that, and the switch, power switch, and I'm thinking I might can even get away with using some of the old wires for the, you got the Y in stock limit switch there, so I might can use that. Even the motor wires, let's see, the X motor, I think it's over here on this side. The Z is going to be over here, so we'll just see how much of it we can get away with. But yeah, And I think that's really about it. Oh yeah, and the extrusion right here. The old X extrusion. So that's all your Ender 3 parts, and you know, maybe even some of the hardware that I took off of it and repurposed it. But other than that, I think that's it. But yeah, guys, I see that I got 7 of you still in here with me, and it's getting to be about 4:30, almost 5 o'clock. It's been a really pretty day today here in North Carolina, so we're probably gonna get out there and grill a little bit. I might even charge up some drone batteries and fly my little 2.5-inch 3D printed whoop around in the backyard. But I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I hope you guys come back with me. Yeah, I had to cut the X extrusion. I had to just cut it down to 310 millimeters. So I cut the X extrusion, and I had to take this 40/40 extrusion right here. It's held on by 4 bolts by this little, this little cross brace right here. So I took all 4 bolts loose, slid it forward to, I don't know if you got it, and slid it forward and put the screws in the back side, 2 holes. There's 2 holes right there. Okay, and then underneath I put some T-nuts in the and run it through the holes in this bottom cross brace right here. So it's still held on by 4 screws, so it's pretty solid. Yep. But other than that, I think that's all the, I'm thinking that's all the Ender parts that's going on it that I can remember right offhand. And I'm really not sure if I'm going to snapshot, if you're still in here, I'm really not sure if I'm going to go with these motors. Like I said, the thing that's bugging me about them the most is, I mean, these are supposed to be the same motors, 4234s, but you can see they look different. And I had one in here that actually matched up. Now this is a 4234 as well, but it's got that pulley on it, and I've done broke a RC pulley puller and messed it up trying to get that pulley off, so I just took this one and ground the shaft flat and said I'm going to try it. If it works good, fine. And I'm going to be using this big motor back here. This will probably be for the Y. I think it was an old extruder motor. I don't know. Like I said, I ain't sold on the motors quite yet. I might wind up getting some motors for it later on. But that's pretty much it. And guys, like I said, I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope you come in and sit with me next time, and we'll sit down and chill. And pretty much where it's at is where it's going to be when y'all get here. More than likely it'll be sitting on the printer feed as intended, and it'll have the correct screw put back in there. But other than that, I think we're ready to start moving forward with we'll probably be getting to the gantry system and all that stuff, and then we'll be building the extruder, and then it'll be on the wiring, and then you guys know what happens next. All the fun. I hope you guys have a good night and good rest of your evening. I appreciate you for sitting in with me. We'll catch you next time.